Hello guys and welcome to the 6 hours of Fuji. Guys, welcome to another endurance race. We are in qualifying already, and today it's not me racing the qualifying. Today it is the task of our co-pilot, which is Sven Gielhut. And if you want to see him at work, then join his live stream on the YouTube channel as he's coming around. Actual for provisional pole position. As you can see, well, maybe you can see better like this. Klaffenberg with a 0.9. Gielhut, sorry, Gielhut. I just learned spelling his name right now. I'm trying to really emphasize that for the future. But he is on it. He is on provisional pole right now. Gumball and the caddy already done. We have Grigoletto in the Ferrari. And Menar in the Ferrari as well, sitting 6th. David hasn't done qualifying just yet. I'm not even sure if he's going to do qualifying at this stage. Like, he would need to leave the pits, I'd say almost immediately, in order to get 2 or 3 laps in. But maybe he's just going to do it on point. Ah, there we go. He now went off. And I am trying to find Greenhood's interceptions. He looks for an improvement. In Sector 1, not so much of an improvement in Sector 2. Sadly, as you can see, the delta at the top right has died. Let's see where he ends up. I think it's a slight improvement, 6 thousandths, and just 1 more lap to go. At least we do have the delta back, which is amazing. Raphael, F22 Nick, thank you so much. Marvin and Simcar Geezer, thank you for joining. Welcome everyone to the 6 hours rodeo. Simracing, the Mick, hello there, thank you for joining. A bit defensive into the hairpin, but that appears to be a good shout. I sadly lost the time here on the exit this time. You got a bit wide out of that hairpin. Yeah, it's good, it's good. I have the dog scratching at the door. But David just went out for a single lap shot or 2 shots. But he's a 10th off you in the first sector. Yeah, but I assume it's first lap, so... Didn't get any delta time for sector 2, not sure if you off-tracked it somewhere. Shouldn't, right? Oh, I think he's gonna take the pole. That's an off-track, yeah. Oof, Grigoletto. Did he do 2 runs? Klaffenberg's also still... Klaffenberg's done. But Grigo's trying to pull another. Ah no, he slipped off way off in turn 3. Unless he's a big... Yeah, he stops as well. Ah, but that's interesting. Like, that should put them onto the back foot if there's no rain. Like, you never know with those weather settings. Well, awesome job. Gumball is still at it. But he did a 130 now. Luke Duffy, hey man. Yes, go for it. I lost it on final turn. Well, Valtteri, it's very easy. Either you see the apexes out of this view, or you rather see it out of this view, which is like you can't see too much at all, right? So that's the reason why we're sitting mostly to the front. Because if we did not, I can't show it now, if we did not, we would not see, like we would have the pillars somewhere here. And that would just take away the vision. That is the main difference that we are running around here. Good lap time with race fuel on Fuji is mid-28s. BMW front row. I already hear them whining. BMW OP. So I will have to do a little bit of work. Which is no biggie. It just means putting my laptop down here later on. But for the moment, of course, we focus on the race. Yep, just Jay. Penicillin basically last in GT3s. You'll come up. Let's see how many turn 1 heroes. Depends on how much you warmed up the rears. If you didn't, then rather not. Like I keep pressing it, like clicking on it to see how the rear reacts on it. Yeah. Alright, enjoy, good luck. Yeah, Jordan, I know, but so that the chat also knows whom I'm talking to. I call you just Jay. Can you confirm it's raining? I see your wipers moving. Alright, so far weather light drizzle. Forecast says cloudy and light rain. Let's see how the drizzle develops. Luke Duffy, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, brilliant start. Nope, Hypercar is no longer a Ferrari Cup. Today it actually seems to be more a BMW Cup, with a couple of Ferraris that have veteran setups in between. I feel like it gets old with your full name. It's because all of the official post mail that reaches you has your full name on it. I hear ya. I wouldn't say LMDh is back on top, but originally Fuji is rather an LMH track rather than an LMDh track rather than an LMH track, because lots of dry braking zones. You know, we're talking a little bit about turn 1, a lot about turn 2, a lot about turn 4, and then the entire third sector is literally a dry braking zone area. Let me know if you need any information. Yeah, Sven here with a giga pace. Faster than literally anyone. Oh my god. It was already spinning to the left. Yeah, I think the Ferrari is looking nice, actually. But the BMW is just so much more neutral. It's not, you know, especially when you come off the brake, it doesn't change its balance like the Ferrari does. If you come off the brake of the Ferrari, it really starts rotating. And yeah, that really doesn't happen. With the BMW, which is amazing, to be honest. Like as already mentioned, a couple of times on the Ferrari side of things, like, it's notoriously understeeringness into straighter braking zones like here, and then you have to come off the brake to actually initiate the rotating. The same here, you're braking off the brake so that the car actually rotates, and you see just from the driving of Sven, the car's just so much more compliant in any direction, into any sort of braking zone, into any sort of turning and cornering. So yeah, it's just so much more nice to drive, and that is, I think, what I really appreciate about the BMW. And yes, Duffy, I call you Luke. I think it's stupid to call someone with a surname, with a name. So yeah, Luke, I'm still offering coaching. Yeah, this indeed still a thing. Right, my laptop just qualifies itself for a complete restart because it's doing rather bullshit. It's amazing. I genuinely don't really trust that sector times here, but that might be a me issue. Yeah, seems like 3 people almost to the thousands have hit the very same sector times. Alright, these 2 GT3s, then bit of a gap. Head of traffic is now entering exit with a small straight before the last turn. Your fastest car on track. Just keep doing what you do. Head of... Yep, I was wondering. Head of traffic now into turn 2. So the full snake going down the little straight down here. Also, this group is a little bit separated, as you can see. 5 cars, and then the next snake is 10 cars. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we still see drizzle. Forecast says cloudy and light rain. I assume though the drizzle's gonna stay with us for a while, and then when the light rain hits latest we need to put the heavy wets. That was the lead. Yeah, you increased your gap to 4 seconds, 5 actually. Yeah, car super neutral. It's great balance. Hopefully be good for us in the rain as well. P-Gendron, hello there. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome to the 6 hours of Fuji. Currently sitting in the lead in the high SOF top split. Of course, 5 hours 45 to go. So, pepper pray, things are staying like that. We are hoping, we are looking. Track wetness is big to dump. Well, honestly, I think about the Alpine, I think it got a significantly buff, and I think it got actually good performance. The pain with the Alpine is you can't see anything. The Alpine is like windscreen here, sorry. The Alpine is apparently windscreen ends like here, and then this is like that. So it's literally that is the field of view that you get in the Alpine no matter what you do, which is hardly giving you any apexes. I can't see from here. You can see in the information tab. But I haven't seen any color view, but a couple of blank lap times of others. Gambal must have spun. He has a 33 in the middle sector, whereas everyone has a 25. Hey, Wintercraft. Ah, he got hit by David. Copy. Any damage on it? Apparently it's reported that David has spun Gumball. I have never heard people's name in the top 6 of GT3. Again? Still says dump, but yeah. I mean, we have a gap, we can react on people. This is a wet tire at least for that Aston. I leave it now it says slightly wet. Box, 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 box. Yeah, careful with that pit entry, you know it. Yeah, very good approach. Laffenberg stayed out. I think Rigoletto is coming in as well. Yeah, Rigo is in and David is also in. Very good running so far. He also fueled up the car completely, right? Yeah. David has jumped Rigoletto in the pits and they swapped drivers. Di buono. Sorry, David stayed and Rigoletto swapped. Klaffenberg in the pits. But David underfueled. Or like didn't take any fuel. That's fine. I think this is going to be significantly harder in the third sector now when it's wet. Ah, now I know why I didn't recognize any names. It's because they were all in the pits already. Okay, so as it stands, Klaffenberg retained second place. I think Buono and Rigoletto did themselves a harm with changing drivers. Not sure if it was in time or whether the driver change was like, you know, the slowest part of the pit stop. Because as far as I remember, they haven't been straight behind David. Or straight ahead of them. Hey Brogan, thanks for your message. I haven't come back on that yet, and I don't know when I'm actually going to make up my mind on it, so please bear with me for another while. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Fabio. Thanks for joining. Well, would you say the Ferrari is already on its absolute limits? Or would you say it's... Yeah, he must have spun, or been spun around. He's a second ahead of David still. I see. Well, the question is whether Klaffenberg is running a maximum rear wing or not, like we do. Quatmo. Sorry, Quatamo. Thank you so much for joining. Close the time tab so you can see more of the stint one. Beautiful. Marco, I have one question. It's like your pit stop was 6 seconds longer than everyone else's. Have you been slowed down by the driver swap, Fabio? And thank you, Andy, for the hint. That's good to know. I don't think the engineer's stuff is working yet. And also these things doesn't seem quite right to me. Actually it does, it's always to the car behind, right? That this is the comparison to. Since Andy Long is here, he might elaborate on that. I do like the stint tab for looking at it because of strategy. Because now, like, we have to see, sorry, wrong button. We have to see David's team. They only refueled to 71%, so they're sticking to whatever plan. If they even have refueled at all. I think they should have refueled because 27 minutes running. I think we were down to like 50-ish% already in Virtual Energy. But they have refueled a little less, so I'm not quite sure where they want to go to. But then again, with the weather being uncertain, it's hard to plan the stints anyway, right? So this will be a useful tool for the long term of running. Let's see how far it can actually look back later on. Andy, you might know how much it can look back. I hope it can look back for the entirety of the race instead of only the last 2 or 3 hours, but let's see. Intensity increased to light rain. Whole race, awesome. Yeah, gonna have a look into that towards the end of the race for sure, Andy. Then one more question to the weather thing. So the first slot is the weather before the start, and then like the first slot is the weather right after the start, and then the last slot is weather on the last 25% of the race. Is that correct? I always get confused on how to read that weather forecast. Yeah, there might be some overlap, I think, as well, but how is it to read? Is it like the first slot, like from the start to 25? Or is the first slot like on formation lap, and then the second slot is like from start to 25? Yeah, the randomness, I hear you on that one. Is Fabio still here? Fabio Grigoletto? I'll be right back. Quickly need to fix some stuff in the house. I'll be right back. Okay. So here we are again. Ah, the mouse. Back. What does the MFD says regarding available tires? So you took fresh for the start? But wets are not counting to them, right? Means we can swap wets at every stop. We do 37 lap stints, right? Ah, 39 even. The MFD tells me you pitted after 16 laps, and now you've done 19. It says to me. Yeah, it just started the 20th, I think. Yeah, and 38. With a small lift. What do you think makes most sense regarding splitting the driving time up? If you feel being in the groove, of course you can stay, but I don't want you to dry out on, like, you know, a 3-hour stint. Unless you feel comfy. Do I want to swap after this one? Okay. Lutwiner, hello there, and thank you for joining on our race. Thank you for joining the 6 hours of Fuji. Race has started, no way to join anymore for this one. The next one is starting in an hour and 15, I think. David pitted. And he took 75% of virtual energy again. Not sure if their strategy is great or stupid. I'd assume they run the full 2 hours for every driver. So 9 laps, or will you stretch it to 10? Yeah. Ah, okay. MFD is showing me 9.7, so that's where my confusion came from. Okay. So 10 laps then, yeah? Noted. So, that means I'm getting ready for getting into the car. We are looking forward. Ben is out with an extraordinary pace, I have to admit though. I know what they are trying to do. The forecast says overcast and no rain. Not sure if it's homework because it's always a bit random. Foxiel, thanks for reporting. Yeah, I think they may jump us after the pit stop. They had 41 seconds, it was a 20-second gap, we will have 53. They're currently lapping 8-10 faster than 5-lap average. Akimi is still doing a very great job, it's just they have fresh tires. Copy. Hunter, I'm in 5 minutes. think it might stop raining in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Let's see. No. But I think that's what David and his team is trying to hit. Like coming to the pits with like between 10 and 25% of VE left. Copy. What is it to see settings you used in the end? And ARB 3.2. Okay. Very good driving. Thanks. Yeah, I'm not going to fight that like they're on the back foot on strategy usually anyway. And yeah, 5 cut points, good job not getting a single one. Perhaps I might still get one regardless. Such a sad story that the wiper doesn't clean 10 centimeters more to the left. Why did you brake in the end turn 1? No, that's exactly my issue. I'll find a way. Okay. I made just contact with the Mercedes. I'm having a bad approach into the turns here for the moment. Foxyol, thank you so much. Thank you, Marvin. BSR and Nico, thank you for the follow. Welcome, everyone. The car is a bit understeery on the front. We're killing the rears. Okay. Yeah, I got 1-0 front left, 1-2 rear left. Oh, probably same here. But I guess it's rather down to the TC than the actual driving. Pedro99, thank you for the follow. Hello there and welcome. Oh, dirty air though. Well, you need to be registered for the race now, but if you join in 20 minutes, you join right into the qualifying. With like 10 minutes left, so we're good. You feel the heavy weight of our car on the exits. Can't make a difference there. Front splitter yellow, but usually doesn't mean a thing. I was a bit optimistic there. We have at least no repairable damage, so... Hey, lovely Simracing. Thanks for joining. car swimming all over the place. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can't use my pace and if I'm getting held up or if it's actually just fine. Left the Rockies, there is no minimum driving time. All you need is a second guy. And then you just enjoy the race. Thank you, Left the Rockies. Appreciate it. Enjoy the race yourself. Hope you have a great one. I was scared, missing the braking point. Like, I hate that inside turn one somehow. Such a fine line between being over-aggressive and being just on point. Well, I think I just sit here, unless I get like a home run. Remember your tire temperatures by chance? I think his low weight is saving him, but for that I think we have decent pace. Did you feel short shifting being beneficial, or like doesn't matter? Say exit of last turn first or second. Okay. Yeah. Now we actually see the real pace difference. And as much as we have the fresher tires, the first layer of grip has been gone anyway. There will be good comparison. Probably equal pace, plus minus. There you go, 50 thousandths faster. So that is just with additional weight though. Despite their weight, we have a straight line speed advantage, which is great. Ah, missed a little bit of drier line. Hey Elmo with the Glock, how you doing? His Tricks, thank you very much for your follow. Race Racing, I'm using 728 as a TC. This time David took fresh wets and full fuel. Has the rain intensity dropped? Drizzle? Yeah, if you watch me and then go through the MFD. Okay. Yeah. I think we need to get ready to put the mediums in, well, obviously when it's dried up. Should I put the fresh set or quality one? 10. So 2 fresh sets, and I think we need the wets again later on anyway. Yeah. Starting to cool a bit these tires. Thank you very much indeed. Hey MX, it's going good, it's going alright, it's going great. We're leading the race by roughly 20-ish seconds virtually. You need to see that I think David is effectively sitting second. Although I'm not entirely sure. CJR, yes, I do have a 49-inch ultra widescreen. Guys, if you enjoy the race, if you love the Le Mans Ultimate stuff, please follow on Twitch, subscribe the YouTube channel if you haven't done already. And of course, join us in the future for more Le Mans Ultimate action. Nice blocking. Really love it. Everil, thank you very much for your follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. So I need to get this hairpin right for once. Grande. This is mostly a dry line already. Like at least it doesn't get any spray from it. It still says slightly wet though, so not yet. But I guess I can push on these tires. doing. Yeah, 11 laps. Should be dry by then. Like, even if it still drizzles, but... What do you mean? Ah. Yeah, dummy. Guess it's that car that I just overtook. I don't think it's a wrong call, it's just as long as it's drizzling, like the dry line isn't quite wide. So I hope the drizzle to stop soon. Have a look on that times then. Because the lap times are improving massively. Okay. Shall we wait and react on others, or for the move? David is in for the medium. I'll go next lap then too. What you think? Let's just watch Muguli. We have probably a little bit of, like, they had to review more than or less. But they've done 2 stops within our stint, so have a close look to their times. people are heading in. I go next lap. I think the only issue I can sense right now is bringing tires to heat. Other than that. I'll be right back. Nope, raw on, we have 18 new tires available, so 6 more dries, but unlimited wets. I know, great heart attack. On the dry runners. Yeah, it was really tight with the timing. But we did perfection in the pit stop, so to say. conditions are super tricky. There's such a fine line of like being aggressive enough to heat up or being over aggressive and end up on the wet stuff. People do 34s there. Yeah. Did 32. The car's just such a beautiful balance. A tad too understeery, I think, in the wet, but perfectly in the dry. Let's go to Yanni. Like, I adjusted it a little bit for enduro, but key base foundation was from him. Bobby, your question to you, did you slow down when you were going half a second quicker than me? Leave me the honor for once, even if it's just a stint. Yep. Hey Julian, nice pace from you guys in the Beamer. Happy with second so far, I hope. Hey Jonas. How you doing? Fuck. Someone's still on the wet, or everyone on the dries? Time to put the energy into the car. At least it's just a drizzle. But it's down to keeping the temperatures up, not going onto the wet stuff too much. Speaking about the wet stuff, here we go already on it. It's bad for both lap time and tire temperature. Let's hope that the drizzle's just staying where it is. Hey Fabio, Buono does a 37 and you mourn about me going to Quack. Sorry, Jules. Could that stupid Toyota just let me go? Oh, es ist zum Heulen. Like, not sure what blue flags are supposed to tell you. And yeah, that gets me quite unnerved. I just lost a bunch of temperature in these medium tires now. Hey Marco, I'm good, how are you? Thanks for asking. So thankfully done with the hypercar lappings. I just lost 4 seconds to Buono with the entirety of the mess. It's not the end of the world. As we're same on strategy, so it's a net lead of us still, but it's just annoying if you're fighting all that. Let's see if we have a little bit more luck with the traffic cycle now. Great to hear, Marco. You also did the 6-hour race, or still doing it? Yeah, it's always a car somewhere. It's getting trickier and trickier. I need to somehow punch these tires to life though. And obviously create myself more dry line. No. I'm feeling you guys. A game crash is always so... like, it's equally heartbreaking as a connection loss. Hey Theo. Nope. We're all waiting for announcements or information regarding these tire model stuffs. And I lost time to everyone in the last couple of laps. Tire temperature. Finally. Rumbo. Okay. To the 29s we go. Oh! Warner with the spin. It's so difficult though, like when is the rain intensity or the drizzle intensity just high enough to cause the racing line to get wetter and stuff? Meanwhile, sun's out. I get a real bad sun occlusion here on the screen in a moment. Copy. Drizzle started just after you left. The times keeps improving. I'm pushing the medium a lot though to get the temperature up. Pace is amazing. Copy. The question is what happens to the weather. If it stays like this, it's still dry condition. But at some point there should be rain coming again. Yeah. Track is becoming a bit slower again. Let's see, I think everyone's lap time should be dropping to the 33s, 32s. Best news is that we are 1 lap longer than everyone else, so we can actually copy what they are doing on the pit stop. Because we have 1 more lap to decide. Thanks for your call, keeping me out. It's almost time for the mediums. Maxic, thank you so much for your sub on the YouTube channel, welcome. Hey, MD. How's live in stormy Copenhagen? Did it blow your brain away already? Yep. 32.7. There's a bit more heavy drizzle now, I think. Marco, I really see what's your favorite hair color for sure. It's not difficult to judge, is it? Yeah, it's getting trickier and trickier. I think as long as we can keep going and no one else changes to the wets, we shouldn't do it either. Like I keep looking at the weather thingy. It still says drizzle, but it feels like light rain. Mobily's in for the wets. What do we do? We can afford to have a look for another lap. Worst thing that could happen, like we go in and everyone, like the rain stops. So my liking the dry line is still too dry for the wet. Look at these sector times of the wet people. Like we still have box. Okay. Just past the entry, so I'm gonna do one more. I don't know, but I'm happy I'm the only one who took turn 1. So if we pit, everyone is on the same card anyway. What is the lap times by People with the wets. .45s, I'll see all the way. I'm faster than that. I'll stay out. Fair box. Yeah, now I can hardly see a draw line anyway. But if we stay on wets, we now have the chance to go to the end on 2 more stops, which no one else should be able to. You want to take over or want me to stay? I don't care. I mean, I've had all conditions by now. Your call. Copy. You're selected the new wets. Exiting the cup. I was about to say I don't see the timer. Yeah, good stuff. Oof! Yes, thanks. Enjoy the wet stuff. I think our wet might now actually have also a performance benefit from not having overheated in the beginning. Let's see. On the left. Check settings, CC and so on. Thanks, Crispin. But he could hear him before, right? JR Montat, the race is actually coming along awesomely. Sitting in the lead by 42 seconds overall. Jonathan E123N, thank you so much for your sub on the YouTube channel and welcome. Yeah, for the moment you had to go back to... yeah. That was a good call. We're back to light rain. So I assume the weather stays like that for an hour. Track stayed slightly wet. MD, he's not talking too much, but yeah, he should be enabled now. Yeah, your middle sector was already fastest overall.
Nice.
Same for your first, only Klaffenberg matching you by 70 thousandths off. Fabio is watching, asking us to slow down, but the guys are not actually slow, you know. Yeah, middle sector again, fastest by 3/10. Engineering screen is amazing. Track status wet. Just check that your tires don't overheat above 60 something. Last lap. Fastest by 3/10 to P2. And between 7 to 10/10 for the rest of the grid. Yeah, MH is me. MH actually. You can see the full stints. Sven took 2. Actually 25-ish minutes, 27-ish minutes, and an hour and 6. And I took 1 for 52 and 38, so I'm a bit down on driving time. But that doesn't matter, like he probably ends up with 3 hours 20 or with 2 hours 40. In the end, it's all about strategy, it's all about nailing the tire decisions here with the wet weather. That's changing from, like we started in the dry, then it got like pretty wet. Then it got almost completely dry, and now we're pretty much back to the wet status from the first stint, where Sven stayed into the car. And I guess you take it for another hour, hour and a half, depending on how the weather is looking like. No, DG is not Dave Gaming. I don't think he's into that game, and if he was into the game, I don't think he would be in a lineup that has the DR to be in the top split, without being disrespectful, of course. But obviously, since this is the third enduro race, you kind of need to have done a couple of races already of these. I would love to know how much splits in the 5 PM race are on the way. Like, we have 8 here. I'm pretty sure this is somehow split up though. Someone knows a streamer that's in the second, in the 5 PM race. Thank you, Ian.
Also, why for Snap?
What do you mean I'm not allowed to put fuel for him? I don't think he's necessarily referring to the engineer's role. Nah, setting up the pit stop is not possible yet. They're still working on that feature. But for a moment I thought you disconnected, it sounded so artificial. Yes, Marvix is driving with Piva. I wanted to drive with Gambar, but Gambar said he's with Marcel. And they didn't know whether Marco still joins or not, but Marco accepted the invitation of them, so I got a decline. Sven is cooking 5-lap average for the legend. The 5-lap average is 0.4 faster than P2 and a second faster than anyone else. There we go. Crispin, has he been that much disconnected? I don't think so, has he? Did Marcel actually do that? Like, I know he moved to Dubai, but he kept putting out these reels and posts, so I thought he was still streaming. About what exactly? That he, like, didn't care about it? Or what few videos did he put out regarding which topic? That would be odd to see him not caring about the channel at all. Well, I mean, it's great to see him being honest about it, but at the end of the day, you need to consider such things when you're doing these moves. The same with me. If I would be taking a new job, I need to also evaluate whether or how good streaming still fits into it, right? I would feel lonely too going abroad, not gonna lie. Like, as much as it's concerned about family and friends, part of my communication with or social media or social interaction is online anyway, because Simracing people and Simracing friends are somewhere around the globe. But, yeah. Of course, when you go to Dubai, you need to meet new people. And then the people down there maybe even have different mentality. And I don't even mean that in like any, you know, judging way or in any meaningful way. But Dubai is a different society, a different religion as well, like a main religion. That people are for leaving there compared to Germany. Maybe also like overall different lifestyle. That's something that you need to take into consideration when going for such moves. I don't know exactly what Dubai Business Bros means, but yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. Different society, different rules, different meanings. I mean, I always wondered what he was earning his money with going over there, not doing F1 eSport anymore. For instance, not that it is concerning me or not that it is my business in any way. But you know what I mean. Hey, East Coast Dave. Race is awesome. Leading by 40 seconds. Being the heaviest on fuel. So we're in quite some great position here. Marco, with all due respect, I think you moved from a Central European city to a Central European city. And Marcel moved from a Central European city into a Arabian city. Which is, I think, way more different than you going to Copenhagen. But I get your point. Someone donate 1,000 euros now. Oh boy. I would get a fresh, it's called a Siebträgermaschine. Like a great coffee machine for 1,000 euros. Or, if I get donated 1,000 euros, I will go for a Simracing 3 when it's available. Should put up a donation goal. 1,000 euros for coffee machine or for Simracing 3. Oh yeah, espresso. I once had an espresso machine, sadly got wonky. It was a cheap one, but like I would now forget of like some proper Saeco machine or whatever. It's fairly simple. Empty. I would get a coffee machine and then there's more budget for the dog getting treats. How about that? If someone donates 1,000 euros saying it's for doggo treats, I also pay 1,000. Like I go shopping for 1,000 euros on doggo treats. Note me down. But it needs to be specifically on the message. It's for doggo treats. Yeah, you haven't seen him on stream because he's not here right now. And because I haven't streamed for a while. Yeah, Doggo was busy and like it was so sad. Like when we went for the race, he was like scratching at the door, being like, "Daddy, Daddy, I want to see you, Daddy, Daddy." So yeah, we call each other Daddy and Mommy because we have a small doggo. And it's actually a parental ship anyway, right? Like dog is not quite a baby, of course, but in a way it takes the same amount of time, it takes the same amount of careship Yeah, exactly. A dog is our child in a way. And it comes a lot with responsibility, and it teaches you also a lot with taking responsibility for a living, like, I don't want to call it a living creature, but like it's regardless of whether it's a dog that is dependent on you. Like, I once put him out for, like, let him do his business, and I was grabbing the laundry in the meanwhile. You should have seen the face of him being like, I was sitting in front of the door waiting for you, and it was only like 30 seconds, but like he was all over the moon seeing us. And at the same time, children, they may not express it that much, but I mean, they are coming back and forth to you for your help, for whatever it is, and things are getting a bit easier on a child, let's say, when they are 4 or 5 years old. The problems will change and the topics will change, but you can actually go into interaction with your child. Like, your child is cognitively able to communicate with you and be like, do you want to have fries or do you want to have a schnitzel? And then the kid will be like, oh yes, get me a schnitzel with the ketchup. Yeah? You can't do that with a dog. You can ask the dog, you wanna have like meat or you wanna have veggies? And dog's being looking at you like, so that's the situation. And the dog, you will never be able to communicate with a dog. It's actually also speaking a different language, right? Like, dogs understand language with gestures, with commands, with petting and treating. You know, you give them a treat when they do something good. You yell at them when they do something bad. And also, like, your body language matters to them. Like, if they are going for hunting, they are looking at you, what you're doing, and either you give him free and let him go, or you say no. Just no and sit. And that is the way you communicate with a dog, if the dog has learned that way of communication. The EUI is not accurate at all. In fact, not even that number is accurate, sadly. The fuel number remaining. 22.5, for him it will be 23 point something. How many laps remaining on your energy?
22.6 right now.
As you can see, 22.4. Very well. Slowly building a gap to Klaffenberg. Ferraris are drowning in the water. Like, you and Klaffenberg, the only ones in 39 averages. Everyone else mid-40s and slower.
We love to see it.
Absolutely. I'd say cats are even smarter, but as you say, they just don't give a F. Anyway, I know my girlfriend would appreciate treats for the dog being bought by the community, so if you feel fancy donating money for the dog, I'd greatly, greatly appreciate it. Seems like we've hit the 4th slot of weather there, so it's light rain, track's still wet, forecast is overcast. Although it's quite early, I mean, probably the rain's gonna come back. Yeah, dog really gets gourmet. Very important to the dog mommy. The dog just gets the best. Interestingly though, like, the best premium food that you can get for him is actually more cheap than the than the artificial stuff you can grab in the pet shops. Which is weird, but it is what it is. That's fine, Crispkind. No obligation at all anyways. If you're short on budget, whoever that is, don't donate me the money. Only donate me the money. If you A, wish for it, if you B, enjoy the content, and if C, it doesn't get you into financial obligations. I don't want money and then see you guys struggling with it. How the fuck can you end up with Adidas on the car? Pretty not sure you're not allowed. There's a lot more of that actually. Boy. Yeah, no worries. Was a sticker though.
man.
Yeah, some dudes refuse to give way.
He was lagging a bit as well.
Yep. I could... I shall build my lady a Simric. Oh boy. I think you guys have a good amount of fantasy for sure. Deadloop. So I guess we're going to be back into the car at some point, hashtag soon, I guess within the next 50 minutes. I mean, I'm racing GT stuff anyway with the... sorry, Formula open wheel stuff with the GT seat, so... Although, like, even my GT seat, I'm a bit tilted backwards, so... I certainly would never play, like, buy a play seat. It's just a pain to get in and out of the seat, and everything else is just in a wrong geometry to each other. brilliant running.
Thank you.
Only car under 39s right now. 5-lap average is equal to seconds, but that's because of your turn 1 thingy from 4 laps ago. Anyone else is 3/10 slower.
Yes.
Chris, why would you ever want to get used wets on? We always take fresh, as they are not counting to the tire rule. They don't count, no. Think about how much wet tires you've already put and then see what your 14 remaining tire sets are still looking like. You only get into trouble if you like keep running a fresh set of slicks for 10 laps only. Thank you, Chris. That weather just changed to thunderstorm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to work on these transitions. That's now overcast. No MD, no VMS tomorrow. Or is it? There's no VMS tomorrow, is it? It was last week, yeah. Got confused for a moment. No, but thankfully not. Like, I'm really happy to not have to run it tomorrow. But chillax, you know. Oh, this is such a hard race though with the continuous rain. Like, you be on the edge of your seat, like you're trying to see stuff through the windscreen at all time. Like, you see that, just that white puff of smoke and then a couple of rear lights. And sometimes, you're lucky finding headlights looking at you from cars being turned around the wrong way. So, it's very stressful. Also super easy to lock up. Or have a car turning into you. Copy MD. Which race are you talking about? Right. Whack one for the P brake. Ja, Harvey, jetzt stehst du hier vor meinem Simulator. Das ist ja ganz was Tolles. Komm, Menschen wollen dich sowieso sehen. Komm hier, Sneaky. Komm hier. Komm hier. Oh, de snacks. Lekker. Look, the snake. Can you actually see him? Probably. He's not amused by the dad sitting in the rig not being touchable. Yeah, come here. Off. Yes, super. Off. Schuh. What else? Foot. Ja, komm. He's not happy. Too little space for him. Now he's grabbing the umbrella. I need to take it. I'm sorry. Bye. That dog. Kommt overcome, yes. Alright. Hutch, thank you very much for your subscription on the YouTube channel. Welcome. Guess you pick a fresh wets and stay for the moment. Liquor. Pace is great. 5 lap average, 4.5 tenths, good to P2. Only Bischoff is close on matching you.
Seems like the track is getting a little bit faster actually.
Yeah, I would confirm it. As the 5 lap average just got like a second quicker of the people behind. weather has just changed to drizzle. If it really stops raining soon, it won't be long. Till we get the medium. Goes in. Should be 2 laps to the good to everyone else anyway. QD Siren 7G, thank you for the follow and kick. And welcome to the 6 hours of Fuji, where we have 2 hours to go. Next pit stop is due #soon. As the weather seems to be improving. It's so hard to know what they are doing.
Yeah.
I think this is also Toyota that refused me to let me go, so...
Let's give it a flash. Ah, there we go.
I haven't flashed hard enough. What do you mean we check the... You're actually required to support the pass from the lapping car. Ah, so people need to get out of the way, right? Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say brake, but you shouldn't like defend or like stupidly hold your line. I would at least say that. Track conditions still wet. So yeah, I think no chance this dries out quick enough.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, very good running.
Thank you.
simplicity, the more ultimate, because much more natural driving feeling, better FFB, more realistic car behavior, better graphics, better physics. I think that's it. Oh, still drizzle. Let's see what the lap times are doing. 38s. It's getting pretty dry already again.
Yep.
Well, Solly, hello there. Thank you for joining. How are you doing? So guys, I'm taking over on the next pit stop, whenever that's going to be. Yeah, it's looking brilliant for the moment. But we don't celebrate early. One shunt and the car's bonked, and then suddenly you find yourself a second off the pace and with over 50 laps to go still. Ripatoni, you know? And suddenly we dead. Well, not dead, but certainly can't repair. Yep, enjoy. How are they doing? I think this Fernandez guy just thought about blocking you off. Like he did that twice to me. How long to go in your race, Osali? Which split are they sitting? I mean, the good news is we can once F up the strategy now, as we have a drive-through and a tire change of gap. Track has improved to slightly wet. Still drizzling though. If it goes to dry, should it stay dry to the end then?
Good question. Yeah, once it stops drizzling, right? What's tire temperatures? 66 left front, 72 left rear.
That's just about as hot as they shall be, probably. Yeah, exactly, if it goes dry. Although it looks like easy drizzle now. They're roughly 2 minutes behind us. What a guy. David is on 20% VE. I think at the next pit stop he's gonna try the slick regardless.
Yep.
Like the dry line is slick condition enough already, but it's just the outside stuff that is too dangerous. And just watching the car, such a lovely balance of it. It's doing such a great feeling. Like the car just follows our commands. It's like the best thing that you could have.
pitting.
Yeah. I think Rigoletto fucked up. He put front.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh boy. Yeah, everyone is in. And it stopped raining, so I think it's time for a close to box 2.
Alright.
Ah, you did not. Ah, yeah. Go, go, go. I thought we swapped drivers, that's why.
Ah. Yeah, I kind of forgot as well.
Ah, never mind. So great if the wiper would stop wiping. But I guess with some humidity still out, it just does it. Yes, it's looking extremely poor. Yeah, it should be easy with one more stop from here. Do we have one more fresh set or just used from here on?
We have 2 new tires left.
Okay. So we put the quali tire with fresh left hand side, I guess.
Yep. Hello guys. What are we doing?
Well, they're having their race, I guess.
Yeah.
It's so great. Everyone's wipers is off in the watch, but our wiper's still going.
Yeah, because I have it manual.
Ah.
I forgot to turn it off.
Ah. I thought it's a graphical bug.
Like at some point I just get used to it and then I forget
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I know what you mean. I think the F1 esports community guys in P1 doing a rain dance right now. Oh no, they're pitting. Enjoy the grip.
The grip is good.
So, I'm not in the car then now, I'm in the car probably in 45-ish minutes. Or like with 40 minutes to go, hopefully. Is that actually a good view for you guys? Probably not, right? Because of the...
Our first track cut.
Shame on you. Probably not because of the timing, right? Shame. I think Rigoletto did this on purpose, made the last BMW be in the top 3 so they can warn about Bob.
Oh yeah, it's all tactical.
I mean, it is partly about Bob, but... not solely. You're cooking, man. 7th and clear, everyone. bit of a, like, you know, we're in an awesome position, obviously. Not just leading, but leading with a big edge and being literally so far close to untouchable. But, you know, a devil is as small as a squirrel. It only takes one stupid fuck up or one traffic shenanigans, which you can see ahead of us, and it's all gone for good. So, I'm really not thinking too easy of it yet. Hey Arda, how's it going? Too good care actually. He forgot about switching to my name on the last stop, so he gets an over hour. I hear ya. Yeah, actually, apart from the 2 or 3 touches, we've had a flawless race. Great decisions on the tires, great decisions on the point of changes, on the pit stops. Always like having a safety margin and always checking what everyone else was doing before doing an own move. So while copying everyone else, we just kept extending our lead without any risk. So that's obviously awesome. Everyone else gave you a nudge at some point. That sucks. Yeah, I don't know about driving standards. Like, for the most part, GTs were actually fine today. There was one Fernandez guy in P9 that kept blocking the shit out of us. Like, he was going defensive literally for every other turn. But apart from that, we were running goody. Oh boy. Yeah, and then I have to say, like, the top 8, maybe even top 10 in Hypercar is like pretty solid top esport people. Rather, like, whether that's, like, to me second place is a bit of an underdog with Gottschalk and Laffenberg. Not saying they are slow or whatever, but they certainly made their homework and got a good BMW together. Then Bonani is, I think, a bit subpar. I think they are off cycle with a strat, so they're effectively P6s, P5, P7. Not sure what happened to David. Then obviously Grigoletto and Di Buono. They had 2 or 3 mishaps, a couple of spins as well. Ulrich used to be a driver in Porsche LMDh. Now switched to the Ferrari, sitting 8th. So yeah, A couple of good show ups though. Ah, Philip, that sucks big time. Like, I saw you in the car like half an hour ago still, so you guys were still running. Are you back in it, or what have you done now? Have you retired? Oh no. I think Morguli surely had a moment. Not sure if David had one too. I think in the beginning David had one. I can't remember. Don't want to accuse it, of course. Back in PA, but 2 laps down. Nah. It's not ideal. I hear ya. And I know that's frustrating. But I hope you guys can still finish it on a high. As we have 1 hour 7 minutes to go. Right. So Sven has still fuel for 22 laps. Let's see how we split off the last 2 stints. Probably like some half-half thing, just to have good average overall tire for every situation. Thank you very much indeed, David. Appreciate it. I think 4 or 5 more laps and then we are in the window for the last stop. So we can pick a time whenever.
I think we need to lap second.
Yeah.
Would be cool to lap the whole field.
Yeah, I guess we should like do then 75% remaining stint so that a fresh set of tires makes sense and then push.
Yep.
Like they will save 10 seconds or 5 seconds over us from having to box less fuel, but yeah, let's see. Well, 11 seconds in an hour should be doable.
Yeah. That's the purple lap right there.
Good job. Well, no hyper-inflated tires, right?
What do you mean?
Well, the tire warmers in the beginning of the race give you an artificial
Oh yeah, that's true.
pressure. What the fuck? So we actually have a thunderstorm. Which is not good. Oh, a thunderstorm.
Another one.
Another lap, you mean? Yeah.
Seven to go. When do you think is best time to pit?
Well, in theory, it's when we run out, right? Or maybe not with the tires.
In theory, it's what?
Like when I run out of fuel, right? But then,
Yeah, it's about the
Then-
new tires, if anything.
yeah, exactly.
But probably close to when you run out, yeah. Like at the minute we got a thunderstorm here, it's just pissing off water, so I wouldn't want to change in the next 5 laps. Just to get the thunderstorm a bit further away from the grid.
Did you guys hear that?
Let's twist it off.
guy. Yeah, just keep driving for the moment. Sorry guys for being a bit off the air here. I mean, generally speaking, I love thunderstorms and I think they're fascinating, but no, I just want to finish that race here and not have a power cut or anything. Pretty impressive, like it just formed here. Looking on the radar, like it just starts spamming lightning literally since it got to our commune. You got 7 more laps, I guess?
6.
Pit lap 199.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Well, I guess we did it. Oh no.
They have all tires left, but a pretty broken car, so they're not gonna finish second.
Oh shit.
And I just may have done the mistake to go into replay. And it's nothing they could have done.
Wow, unlucky.
One Mercedes clipped the inside of that AstroTurf, got into a moment, spun to the left and just took them out.
Oof.
Michi. Sorry, I effed up. Okay, we're live. You're going into the hairpin now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thunderstorm is cleared.
Should I just like run the fuel out, or do you want a bit earlier?
Guess it doesn't matter now, so just do whatever
Yeah.
you're comfy with. Ali Aaron, Le Mans Ultimate over iRacing on any day.
Just finish the stint, I guess.
Yeah, just go for it. Like we have no target anymore apart from finishing. So 3 laps to go, right?
2 including this one. Sorry.
It's fine.
Oops.
What's your virtual energy consumption?
Uh, 2.76 last lap.
Yeah, just put 69%. Should give us a lap bonus actually. Because you never know.
Yep.
So fresh tires, or like your quali tires, fresh left,
Yep.
and driver.
Should be all set.
Yeah, thank you. Yep, I'm trying nothing less. Very awesome job. Giga pace, giga driving. Yep, absolute perfection.
Settings should be the same.
Yeah, just checked them already. All goodie. Yep, it was a long race, it seems.
Rip to that guy.
People are doing mistakes left, right, and center. And underneath that bridge, there still seems to be a wet spot.
Yeah, I noticed as well.
That guy was a bit early on the brakes, but whatever. Yeah, I got a cut too. Will probably be, ironically, my only clean lap, but I just off-tracked.
Straight to jail.
Yes. Don't take salary. I have to admit, like, it's been a while since I drove such a lovely car.
Yeah, honestly, I can't remember it either. This car has been amazing. After this race, they should nerf it.
Yep.
So the caddy dominates.
Nope. Like, I hear where you're coming from, but no. Ah, shitty. Roman Orekov, thank you so much for your sub, and also Skullbuster, thank you for the sub. on the YouTube channel. Much appreciated. Big support of you guys. Thank you so much.
Nice lap.
Yeah, thanks. Was a good sweat. Just had the traffic in the right circle. Where is everyone else actually? I think only Grigoletto 7 seconds ahead.
P2 is entering turn 1.
We can't get them.
P3 main straight. P4 is Grigoletto.
I'm fearing the BMW nerf though. I just hope not.
The start of the BMW meta.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will now like give it a go. But I heard Alpine is even faster.
Yeah, true.
Winster head, it's just dry tires, just 18 dry tires that you have. Wets are unlimited. Some cars just don't know what they are doing. You see when the track limits appeared? Like 5 hours later. Going wide on that penultimate turn, it started appearing when I was in the apex of final turn.
But my cut was in the hairpin, and then it went all the way like halfway through the slow sections, you know, like it disappeared
oh yeah,
for a bit.
That comes quite delayed too, yeah. Hope he's gonna sleep well tonight.
Fabio always does this to me.
Ah, yeah. I like put some tape on the button that it flash.
He has to make sure he says hello.
Yeah. Easy way to stop the distraction, just get him.
Flaming him.
Yes. Spiel flashing lights, absolutely that. As with 12 more minutes to go. It's an amazing race for us. And if you guys enjoy the performance, if you guys enjoy the stream, please give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the YouTube channel, follow us on Twitch if you haven't done already. More streaming coming your way next week with Le Mans Ultimate Dailies or a championship race. And of course, we still have a couple of moments to go in this one. David at 39. Uh-oh. Miss Formula 1. Live streams from Dortmund. Hashtag perhaps. Depending on what's planned. Surely videos and content coming from Dortmund, that's for sure.
If only my replay would work.
Yeah, but you have to press a stupid button on the bottom of the replay tape to actually get it working. Nope, we're not using any assists whatsoever. Well, the anti-stall clutch. So whenever we spin and we would come to a halt that the engine doesn't die, but that's the only assist. I'm not sure if assists are allowed, I assume they are. Don't know. Yeah, some of the guys that are usually unexpectedly quick, those are the ones using the assists. Not pointing fingers at anyone though, but I've seen it. People using assists and be super quack with it, and it's fine if it's allowed. It's maybe what you have to do. Assists are not allowed on this event, copy. Yeah, makes sense. Like, it's a special event, it should all be about the skill and not who can, like, abuse it most. Because, you know, I could also turn on low ABS skills and then not lock up at all, but what's the fun of it? Like, you know, we're esport people, we want to go hard, we want to go fast, we want to go at it at all. And, like, at its absolute best. And if you would win a race because of using assists, you would not get the same recognition. You would also not have the same satisfaction. But of course, everyone's for themselves. If that's how people want to do it, then that's how they do it. Shilix and Huzaria, thank you for your follows, everyone. Much appreciated. Hey Shelix, how you doing? Thank you so much for joining. Alright, 2 to go. Oops. Oh no, my tires are gone.
Let's have a thunderstorm on the left lap.
Nah. We don't want that. We don't need that. Like, I was so surprised. I was on toilet getting ready, and like I saw blue light somewhere, and I was like, probably my headset, because like one of my headsets has like shiny lights, like a reflection in the mirror. It was like, hang on a second, I don't have the headset with the lights on. So it was like, darling, did we just have lightning? And at that moment it was like, boom. It was like, okay, we just had lightning. To be honest, like, actually, it was quite a short one, but a heavy one. And it just, like, formed right where our city is. Like, I couldn't see anything from the radar yet, but, yeah. So, the cars ahead are battling it out for P11. Shelix.
Leaders in GT3 are 1.5 seconds away from each other.
Yeah, I saw. Like, I think Jules Neal's car, he blocked me off to not get the last chances going, but 1.5 seconds is crazy. Shelix, I don't know exactly from here, but I can offer you a coaching, and if you want to get a one-on-one coaching, join my Discord server, hit me with a PN, and then we can book a private session together.
What a race.
It was a pleasure, man. Like, fully on point, your pace, your driving, everything. So great.
Yeah, quite. This race was flawless.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely flawless.
Yeah, it was a huge pleasure to run with you. Should do that more often in the future.
Perhaps.
Yes, perhaps. Ah, what a job. Well done.
Giga.
For such occasions, I hate the last, like, the parade lap to be 30 seconds.
Man, what an insane car too. Like,
I've hardly had such a great car. Like, even if it stepped out, or if you had a moment, like, it gave you so much room to catch it. Sure, sometimes it is, when you really feel that you're being held back by the traction control, you hit the button and then off you go.
yeah, now we can get the nerves coming.
Disagreed.
Let's get some weight.
Disagreed. But yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know if the BMW is that great on other tracks too. I just think that, I mean, you have not been particularly slow in the Caddy either in VMS. Yeah, maybe like 2 or 3/10 a lap. And at the same time, I don't think that the Ferrari is that far off. I just think that a couple of people got it wrong today. I may admit though that the BMW still is the fastest car around Fuji at the minute. But then Fuji has never been a Ferrari track either, has it? Like you have so many trail braking zones, like turn 1 is slow, where the car is lazy. The only benefit where I'd say Ferrari is great is turn 2 and turn 3. And turn 4 is a trail braking where you wait for the lazy front to rotate. The hairpins are, and tire sector 3 is. And tire sector 3 is all about like doing the braking and lifting off the brake in the right moment to get the rotation in the Ferrari. But if you get it wrong, it's just slow.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was great everywhere, so I don't really know what the gap per track was to the next fastest car, but
Yeah, I don't know that either.
yeah, no, the Beamer is not gonna be the fastest car at every track. I
No,
think
certainly
Fuji
not.
is a I don't know if it's an exception, but
I don't know either. Like I'm gonna say probably the BMW deserves 10 kilograms in Fuji. And then maybe, and at the same time, not even sure if the Ferrari should get weight removed because like you did a .770 today, and I think Krigo did a .9, but Iamulu also did a .6 in VMS. Like I only beat him to a couple of thousands, which I think is respectable. And in the end, obviously he won because of, well, the rain not falling and him doing his homework. But I don't think that the Ferrari is too far off, is it? Lexi,
yeah,
GG.
it's also close.
Maybe Chris Pint, maybe. Yeah, I think on the Hypercar BOP, I think we're in a stage where I would say at least 3, 4, maybe even 5 cars are pretty close to each other, like in a much better state than we were before. Ferrari Cup still gonna happen, I think, but yeah, I think Alpine, BMW, Caddy, Ferrari. Not sure about Toyota really, but I think they're all quite close.
Yep. Curious about Sebring. I think the Ferrari was a lot faster than the LMDhs there.
Yeah, because the Ferrari kinda ignored the bumps.
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes. Thank you, Chris Kind, appreciate it. Well, who has done GT3? Kieran, Jules, and they were much closer. And there you have Lexus. What did Aston, Mercedes, Porsche, all within a minute.
GT3 seems like the more competitive class anyway in the last period.
Yeah, but in that race today, I think Hypercar was more competitive, in like from the overall naming. But yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
You were 4 hours in the car. Crazy.
I guess I was having too much fun
Ah,
to give you the car.
it's fine. Look, actually, it's an awesome result if you look at the consistency. Like we're almost as consistent as each other. And if I got the purple star, is that purple star per lineup or is it per race?
Good question.
Because if it's per race, it means we've been absolutely flawless at it. Yeah, obviously my average lap is faster because I run more in the dry. Mitrovsky says it's per lineup. Okay. That's good stuff. They were in 2 hours 21 straight in the middle, I think. Oh man, it was such good fun. I could like that car could have gone for 24 hours straight. Really, really nice.
Yeah, let's hope the next race is 24 hours.
Yeah, sign me up. Then Gumball and his team. So they are 2 minutes and something off us. Like they finished 43 seconds after we crossed the line and a lap back. Oof. Yeah, it's quite a bad result for arguing the BMW to not really get a bump. Alright, I quickly finish off the stream.
Yeah,
Right, guys, that's gonna do it for tonight. That's gonna do it for the weekend, and that's gonna do it for the 6 hours of Fuji. Yeah, hats off to Sven. An amazing race performance by him. An absolute flawless team result as the pair of us too. Wow, like the car was just majestic. Such a great car to drive. Such an awesome setup we had there. Brilliant stuff. Right, guys, I'm gonna call it a day. I say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it, and if you did so, please have a follow on Twitch, subscribers on the YouTube channel. See us next week out for some Le Mans Ultimate streaming, whether that's daily races or championships. We'll see. For now, we're gonna send you over to some people running, hopefully still in one of that 6-hour races. Who could still be running in a 6-hour race? Maybe I just get on to someone else. In the meanwhile, the dog is scratching at the door. What the fuck? Megapods! Hello! What are you doing? Are you getting ready to walk? Ungeduldig. I don't know. Dog just turned on the air filtration. Yeah, ich komm. So he wants to go out. That means I'm going out as well. We're gonna have a raid to Sam Gaskell. I think he is in the other 6-hour race. Have a good evening, everyone. Enjoy the stream with Sam, and see you next week. Have a great weekend. Bye bye. Also maybe. Yeah, Julian, hats off to you guys. You guys had also great praise and really good performance. You should have deserved that second place. Shame about what happened with that Mercedes. Yeah. All right. I'm trying again. Maybe this time I don't have a bad raid channel. All right, guys, have a great one. See you next week. Bye bye.